Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Cloud Weaver. Chapter 1, The Village Above the Sky. In Morrowind, the clouds were not distant strangers. They wove through the alleys, kissed the windows, and sometimes curled inside the hearths to warm themselves among the embers. Here, the villagers had learned to work with the sky's breath itself, spinning mist and fog into fabric finer than silk, the craft of cloud weaving. Far above the green valleys and winding rivers, where the earth rose up to touch the belly of the sky, there nestled a village so high that most believed it was merely a rumor, whispered by wandering traders. Morrowind. They called it a cluster of stone homes, their slate roofs thick with moss, clinging to the cliffs as though they had sprouted there like mountain flowers. No one understood the clouds better than the Weavers' Guild, a small circle of skilled artisans who taught that to weave a cloud was not simply to twist it into thread, but to listen to its murmurs, feel its moods, and tease out the stories hidden within its vapors. The clouds, the elders said, remembered everything: the laughter of vanished villages, the tears of forgotten kings, the songs of ancient birds. Among the weavers was Era, a girl of 16 seasons, the youngest apprentice in a generation. She had been born during the night of silver rain, when the clouds had fallen to earth in shimmering sheets, and the elders often said she carried the sky's blessing, or its burden. She had a crown of raven black hair that tangled easily in the wind, and keen storm-grey eyes that seemed always to be seeking something just beyond the horizon. Era loved the early mornings best, when the clouds hung heavy and low, painting the world in soft hues of pearl and smoke. Each day she climbed the narrow goat trails to the highest ridges, her wicker basket swinging against her hip. There, standing on the edge of the world, she would stretch her spindle to the sky and coax a thread from the nearest drifting mist. Sometimes the clouds were thick and stubborn, spinning coarse and unruly. Other times they surrendered willingly, unspooling into gossamer strands that caught the dawn's first light. Her teacher, Master Danawen, was a severe woman with hair like iron filings and hands as deft as a spider's. She watched Era closely, often silent, but there was a spark of grudging admiration in her gaze. "You spin too much from hope," Danawen warned one afternoon, when Era's thread gleamed too brightly. "Hope is fickle, clouds obey the world, not the heart." But Era only smiled quietly, tucking the spindle into her sash. Deep down, she believed the world needed more hope, and perhaps the clouds did too. The village itself moved slowly, dreamlike. Children raced after puffs of mist, pretending they were catching spirits. Old men sat hunched near the tavern's stoop, smoking pipes carved from driftwood, muttering about weather patterns and cloud omens. Bells fashioned from hollowed bone and glass hung from every lintel, chiming softly whenever a cloud brushed past. And yet, sometimes, when Ray worked alone at her loom beneath the eaves, she could feel something stirring in the mist, a shimmer just beyond reach, like a word on the tip of her tongue. Something waited. Stories, too, floated through the village like invisible birds, tales of the golden thread, a mythical strand that could awaken memories lost to time. Some said it was a gift of the stars, others whispered that it was a curse, a tether for restless spirits. No one had seen it spun in living memory. It was a bedtime story, a weaver's dream. But when she blinked, it was gone, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the endless roll of clouds below. And, as she spun, for a fleeting heartbeat she thought she saw a glint in the thread, a flicker of gold, delicate and wild. One evening, as the sun melted into the jagged teeth of the mountains and the first stars blinked into existence, Era stood alone on the ridge. The sky blushed gold and crimson, the clouds, heavy and pregnant with light, drifted lazily around her. She extended her spindle once more, letting it taste the thickening dusk. Chapter 2, Threads of Mist. The loom sang a quiet, rhythmic song, a whisper of stretched threads and shifting wood. It was an old loom, older even than Master Danawen, with deep grooves worn into its frame, where generations of weavers had pressed their hands. Era sat before it each morning, the mist thread coiled in neat bundles at her side, her bare feet working the treadles with careful, practiced motion. Spinning a cloud into thread was only the first half of the art. The true weaving, binding threads into form, required patience, intuition, and a willingness to listen. Era's fingers danced. She wove thin scarves that shimmered like dawn frost, and simple tunics that caught the morning dew and repelled it like oil on glass. Every piece contained a breath of the sky. The finest pieces, the ones reserved for births, weddings, and funerals, were said to carry the wishes of the weaver in their fold. The village thrived on this magic. Traders climbed the perilous cliff paths for days just to buy a single spool of mist thread. The fabrics were rare, beautiful, and strangely durable. It was said that wearing cloud cloth softened the aches of the heart, eased troubled dreams, and even healed the spirit. Era had never traveled beyond Morrowind herself, but sometimes she imagined her scarves fluttering in faraway kingdoms, cloaking foreign kings or draping the altars of forgotten gods. Master Danawan stood behind her, arms crossed, evaluating each pass of the shuttle with the sharp eye of a hawk. "Too tight," Danawan said once, tapping Era's shoulder. "You must let it breathe." Another time, "Too loose. The cloud slips away if you do not anchor it." Era adjusted, frustrated, but determined. Weaving mist was not like weaving ordinary wool or flax. Clouds were temperamental by nature. Some were heavy with unwept rain and would sag in the weave if you did not balance them properly. Others were filled with sunlight and would fray if not handled delicately. Each type of cloud yielded different threads. Morning mist, light and playful, spun into airy cloths perfect for dancers and children. Noon clouds, heavy and cotton thick, wove into stout cloaks for mountain travelers. Storm clouds, rare and dangerous to harvest, could be spun into thread that glowed faintly in the dark and was used to mark the paths of those who ventured into caves and mines. Today, Era worked with twilight fog, a moody material that darkened toward blue and purple as it thickened. It was beautiful but tricky, prone to snags and snarls if the weaver's emotions weren't steady. In that trance-like state, she could almost hear the clouds whispering. As she worked, Era listened to the loom's ancient song, letting her breathing match its cadence. In out, her mind softened. Her hands moved without thinking. At first she thought it was simply the wind hissing through the rafters, but then softer and clearer, words formed in the back of her mind. Half-remembered lullabies, old prayers, fragments of conversations she had never heard before. They wove through her thoughts like threads themselves, delicate and ephemeral. Clouds remember, the elders often said. They carry the echoes of everything. Maybe it was true. She lost track of time, as she often did when the weaving took her. Outside, the thin light of morning had thickened into the honey gold of mid-afternoon. The bells strung across the village chimed low and slow, warning of a thick fog rolling in off the western cliffs. The fog meant more raw material, more work, and for the first time, a small, secret thrill sparked in Era's chest. Because when she had spun her spindle last night just for a moment, she had glimpsed something impossible, a thread glinting with gold. And some part of her, the stubborn part that never quite obeyed the rules, whispered. But even so, the image haunted her, a thread more radiant than any she had ever spun, pulsing with life. None of the other apprentices had seen it. Maybe even Danawan hadn't seen it. Maybe it had only been a trick of the light, a dream born from exhaustion. What if you could find it again? As the fog pressed closer, wreathing the houses and fields in a silver veil, Era set down her shuttle. She wiped her hands on her apron, gathered her spindle and basket, and slipped out the back door of the weaving house. The sky was waiting. Chapter 3. A Weaver's Secret. Morrowind transformed beneath the weight of the fog. Stone cottages blurred into vague humps, familiar paths twisted and seemed to rearrange themselves. Only the sound of her own careful footsteps on the cobblestones reassured her that she had not drifted into some other world. The mist swallowed Era the moment she stepped outside. Era clutched her spindle tighter, feeling the faint hum of dormant thread coiled within it. The village bell tolled twice, a low, hollow sound, warning all weavers that the hour had come when the mists grew strange. Tonight, she needed answers. It was custom that, during the heavy fogs, apprentices stayed indoors. Strange things could gather in the vapors, the elders said, forgotten memories, hungry spirits, the dreams of sleepers, lost to time. But Era ignored the warning and headed higher, toward the cairn steps, the old path that wound above the village to the ancient weaver's shrine. The shrine was a ruin perched on the cliff's lip, a broken archway open to the wind and sky. No one came here anymore, except during festival days, when offerings of cloth and spun mist were laid at its stones. The elders said it was the resting place of the first weavers, the ones who had learned not only how to spin clouds, but how to draw magic from them. Era had not understood it then, but now, after that glimpse of gold on her spindle, those words burned in her mind. It was also the only place where Era had once overheard a conversation not meant for her ears. A year ago, before she had been formally apprenticed, she had hidden in the shrine's shadow, while Master Danwin and the other elders spoke in low, urgent tones. They had argued about the golden thread, about dangers long forgotten, about things best left lost. The mist thinned near the cairn steps, as if respecting the ancient stones. The shrine waited for her, a ghostly silhouette against the empty air. Carved into its crumbling arch was an inscription in the old tongue. The sky remembers, the weaver shapes. Beware what stirs when memory wakes. Era ran her fingers across the worn letters, feeling their chill seep into her bones. She set her basket down, sat cross-legged before the shrine, and pulled out her spindle. Closing her eyes, she let the mist seep around her, filling her senses. Then, faintly, something shifted. For a long while, there was nothing. Only the slow lap of fog against stone, the distant hush of a river far below. The clouds thickened around her hands, tugging at the spindle with eager, unseen fingers. Era coaxed a strand from the mist, as she had done hundreds of times before. But this time she didn't focus on strength or form. She focused on memory, on that aching, half-remembered glimmer she had seen before. The thread that emerged was unlike any she had ever spun. It was warm, alive, and there it was again, that shimmer, not pure white, but laced with fine veins of gold, so faint that they might have been imagined. The thread pulsed softly in rhythm with her heartbeat. Era gasped, her hands faltered, nearly dropping the spindle. The gold dulled instantly, fading back into dull mist thread. No, she thought desperately. Come back. She tried again, spinning slower this time, gentler. She hummed a song her mother had once sung, a song barely remembered from her earliest years, and felt the mist shiver under her touch. Then, for one beautiful, impossible moment, the golden light flared brighter, threading through the spindle like a living vein. Footstep. Era stiffened, snapping the thread by accident. The golden glimmer vanished as quickly as it had come, swallowed by the hungry mist. She turned to see Master Danwin, standing at the edge of the shrine, her silhouette sharp and solid against the swirling fog. "You are reckless, girl," Danwin said, voice low and rough. "Do you think the mists are a toy to be played with?" For a long moment, Danwin said nothing. The only sound was the wind curling through the broken arch. "I saw it," Ara whispered, heart pounding. "The golden thread. It's real." Then to Era's astonishment, a flicker of something, fear, sorrow, passed over Danwin's face. "But you saw nothing," the elder said. Her voice was brittle, final, nothing that should be spoken of again. "Enough." Danwin strode forward, her cloak trailing mist like smoke. She seized Era's spindle and basket with a strength that brooked no argument. "The golden thread belongs to the past. It is not for you." "Why?" Era demanded, daring to step closer. "What is it? What does it do?" Danwin turned away, the mist swallowing her figure as she retreated back down the cairn steps. Over her shoulder she threw a final chilling answer. Alone again at the shrine, Era stood trembling, staring at the empty place where the golden thread had danced in her hands. And in the hidden hollows of her heart, a seed of stubborn resolve took root. It wakes things that were meant to sleep. She would not stop until she unraveled the secret of the golden thread, no matter what it cost. Chapter 4. The Storm Gathering. But Era noticed. The storm began as a distant growl, a low murmur under the earth, too soft for most to notice. The morning after her confrontation with Master Danwin, She woke to find the village wrapped not in soft, curling mist, but in a heavy, sullen grayness. The air was thick and restless, tasting of metal and old sorrow. Even the bells strung across windows and doorways were still, as if holding their breath. By noon, the growl had become a rumble, and the clouds gathering over the western cliffs turned the color of bruised flesh. Traders packed up their carts in haste, lashing their mules and ponies with curses. The goats bleated nervously from their stone pens, and even the wild hawks that usually circled the village had vanished into safer skies. "An old storm," said Master Danuin, in a voice that carried even through the thickening wind. "One that remembers anger." The village elders assembled in the central square, their faces grave under the heavy hoods of their storm cloaks. Old storms were rare. Unlike the fleeting summer tempest that spat rain and wind across the cliffs, an old storm was a creature of memory, a roiling force fed by ancient griefs and long-forgotten battles. In the tales, old storms could strip the skin from the mountain, tear whole villages from their perches. Era, standing on the fringes of the crowd, shivered at the words. "And they always left something behind." "A gathering," muttered old Weaver Tovin beside her. "It's a gathering." Era dared to glance up at the sky, ignoring the way Danuin's sharp eyes flicked toward her. The clouds above were unlike anything she had seen before, layered and knotted. A thick skein of dark wool shot through with sudden violent flashes of light. But the light wasn't the pale silver of normal lightning. It burned gold and violet, branching like living veins across the sky. She felt the spindle tucked inside her sash pulse once, as if recognizing something. But Era's heart was restless. The villagers moved quickly, securing doors with iron latches, bolting shutters, herding animals into the caves carved into the mountain's flank. Fires were doused, lamps covered, offerings placed hurriedly before the shrine. Era was meant to stay in the weaving house, where the thick stone walls could withstand even the fiercest winds. Master Danuin herself pointed a stern finger toward the threshold as if anchoring her there by force. She waited until dusk, when the worst of the winds shrieked down from the heights and the elders were too busy reinforcing the loom house windows with thick leather to notice her slip away. The storm was calling. Outside, the storm was alive. It clawed at the mountains, peeled layers of mist from the cliffside like old bark. It howled down into the valleys, and filled every crack and crevice with the thunder of its fury. The spindle at her side tugged again, stronger now. Yet in its center, at the heart of the swirling chaos, Era saw a strange stillness, a hollow place in the clouds, like the eye of a cyclone, and there, floating like a crown above the village, was a knot of cloud, so dense and bright it hurt her eyes to look at it. There, in the wild heart of the storm, the clouds spun not with anger, but with grief. She could feel it, a sadness so old and deep, it nearly broke her knees to stand against it. Higher and higher she went, scrambling up the narrow goat paths, the wind tearing at her hair and cloak. The mountain roared under her feet, but she pressed onward until she reached the highest ridge overlooking Morrowind. Compelled by forces she barely understood, Era climbed. She pulled out her spindle. Era's hands moved instinctively. She spun, faster and faster, drawing the charged mist into a single shining cord. The air around her cracked and wept, and still she spun, her heart racing. The moment it touched the charged air, the spindle leapt from her fingers, dancing in mid-air, as if possessed. Fine strands of mist wove themselves onto it, not the soft, compliant thread of morning clouds, but something richer, heavier. The thread that formed shimmered violently between gold and violet, flickering like a dying star. And then, the storm broke with a deafening roar, a snap. She thought she heard voices, hundreds of them, crying out from the mist, each one distinct and desperate. For one terrible moment, Era was weightless. No sky, no ground, only blinding, searing light. A bolt of golden lightning shot from the hollow sky, straight into her spindle. And then she fell. She tumbled backward down the ridge, the storm screaming around her, until something, a jutting rock, a gnarled root, snagged her and held. When she dared to look up, gasping for breath, she saw that the storm was already beginning to tear itself apart. The heavy clouds fractured and dissolved, slinking away across the mountains. the furious winds slowed to a ragged, exhausted moan. But the spindle still hung in the air before her, spinning slowly, and from it dangled a single perfect thread, woven not of silver mist, but of pure molten gold. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light. The moment her fingers closed around the golden thread, she felt a change ripple through the world. Something had awakened. Aira reached out, hand trembling, and grasped it. Something that could not easily be put back to sleep. The golden thread lay across Aira's palms, impossibly light and impossibly heavy all at once. Chapter 5. The Golden Thread. Each image flickered and faded before she could grasp it fully. Tiny motes of light drifted from it, like sparks from a fire, and within the thread's weave she glimpsed things she could not explain. A vast river sparkling under twin moons, a field of flowers that opened and closed like breathing creatures, a great city of glass spires reaching into a sky filled with more stars than she had ever imagined. Up close, it was more than a color. It was a living thing. The spindle had fallen to the rocks beside her, charred black and still humming faintly with leftover power. But the thread itself remained untouched, pristine, floating above her open hands, as if it weighed nothing. Cautiously, Aira lifted the end of the thread. It responded immediately, curling and twisting in the air like a creature waking from a long slumber. It tugged gently at her hand, urging her forward, deeper into the thinning mists. It's alive, she thought, awe and fear twisting together in her chest. Or something close to it. A sudden noise broke the spell, the hollow clatter of hooves against stone. Aira ducked instinctively, tucking the golden thread against her chest and pressing herself against the side of the path. Through a break in the mist, she saw figures moving below. Villagers with lanterns, their faces grim and watchful. They were searching. No doubt Master Danuin had realized she was missing and had sent the others to drag her back to safety or judgment. If they saw the golden thread, if they knew what she had done, Aira gritted her teeth. She tucked the glowing strand carefully into the folds of her cloak, binding it close to her body with lengths of ordinary mist thread until it was hidden. Then she slipped away from the path, moving higher along the cliffs, her bare feet nimble on the slick stone. The village could wait. Something had changed when she took the thread. She could feel it humming in the air around her, stirring the mists into new shapes. It was as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to begin. And it did. Hours later, when the sky was dark and the mists hung low and heavy once more, Aira sat cross-legged on the roof of the abandoned mill. The golden thread pooled in her lap. The village was quiet now, a few scattered lanterns glimmering in windows, the faint creak of ropes securing doors against the last feeble gusts of the storm. She was alone. Carefully, almost reverently, she unwrapped the golden thread. It shimmered in the moonlight, casting a soft glow over the stones and wood around her. She stretched it between her fingers, marveling at its resilience. It did not break, no matter how far she pulled. Aira had no loom, no spindle left, but deep within her, some instinct older than any lesson she had been taught, told her what to do. She began to weave. She finished it just before midnight. Not a scarf, nor a cloth, not something practical or wearable. She wove a shape, a simple figure, the size of a large cat, with no clear edges or features. It was more suggestion than sculpture, made of crisscrossing strands of gold that gleamed and shifted with the slightest breeze. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the golden figure shivered once, twice, and breathed. Aira stumbled back, heart hammering in her chest, as the woven form uncurled itself and stood. It was beautiful and strange, a creature made entirely of light and memory, delicate as a dream, yet somehow undeniably solid. Its body rippled and shimmered, showing glimpses of forests, oceans, cloudscapes within its shifting form. Its eyes, if they could be called that, were deep wells of starlight. It turned its head toward Aira and smiled. Gasped. She had not woven that expression. Somehow, the creature had decided it for itself. "You're real," she whispered. The creature tilted its head, as if trying to understand her words. Then it stepped closer, its paws leaving no mark on the stone. It brushed its nose against her outstretched hand, a gesture so familiar, so achingly kind, that tears sprang to Aira's eyes. In that touch, she felt 100 emotions wash over her: joy, sorrow, longing, laughter, like the fading echoes of forgotten dreams. A name rose unbidden to her lips. Lyric, she whispered. The creature's form brightened at the sound. Lyric. It was not a name she had heard before, yet it fit the creature perfectly. A song woven from the fabric of dreams, half remembered and half invented. For a time they simply sat together on the rooftop, girl and dream, watching the last tatters of the storm drift away across the stars. But deep inside, Ara knew it could not last. Already she could sense something else stirring in the world, something darker, heavier. The golden thread had awakened more than just Lyric, and whatever else it had called forth would not be so eager to smile. Chapter 6. The First Dream. When Ara awoke, the golden thread was gone. For one heart-stopping moment, she thought she had dreamed the entire thing. The storm, the weaving, Lyric, all nothing more than a fancy spun by her weary mind. But then she heard the soft chime of mist bells below, a musical ripple that did not match the sluggish morning air. And she remembered, she had not dreamt, she had created a dream. Lyric was already gone, slipped into the waking world, with the silence of a cloud passing over the sun. Only a few golden motes floated near the edge of the mill roof, fading quickly as she watched. Ara stood, her body stiff from sleeping in the open, and made her way carefully down the crumbling stairwell to the street. Morrowind was stirring below her, the village bathed in the pale pinks and lavenders of early morning. Smoke rose from chimneys, and the smell of baking bread mixed with the clean sharpness of damp stone. For a moment, it seemed as though everything was normal. And then she saw it. At the center of the village green, where yesterday there had been only a worn stone well and a few tangled flower beds, now stood something new. It was a tree, but no tree that had ever grown in these hard mountain soils. This one towered above the cottages, its trunk silver white and twisting like braided hair. Its leaves were long, translucent things, shimmering with every color of the dawn. Flowers bloomed along its branches, spilling down like waterfalls of light, and from the highest boughs dangled dozens of luminous fruits, globes of color that pulsed gently, each one containing something that shifted and moved within. The villagers gathered around the tree in stunned silence. Children crept forward first, their fingers outstretched toward the glowing fruits, only to be pulled back sharply by their mothers. The elders muttered among themselves, their weathered faces drawn and fearful. Master Daniwan stood nearest the tree, arms folded, her mouth a thin grim line. Era pressed back against the stone wall of the mill, heart hammering in her chest. I didn't weave that, she thought desperately. Did I? But even as she thought it, she knew the truth. This was not a weaving of thread and shuttle. This was a weaving of the golden thread itself, the same energy that had birthed Lyric. Only now, it had shaped itself without her guidance, spilling into the world, pulling the dreams of the village into reality. Because the fruits dangling from the tree were not just fruits. Inside them, faint and flickering, she could see visions. A boy leaped through a forest of giant mushrooms, laughing. A woman danced across a bridge made of music. A stern-faced elder sat at a table laden with endless books, a library stretching beyond sight. Dreams? I realized, these are their dreams. The golden thread had reached into the hearts of the villagers and given form to the things they yearned for most. A ripple of wonder passed through the crowd. And then, chaos. One of the younger children, a curly-haired boy too quick for his mother's grasp, darted forward and plucked one of the fruits from the tree. The fruit burst open like a soap bubble. A swirling cloud of gold and violet poured out, wrapping around the boy. For a moment, he laughed, delighted, and then he began to change. His skin shimmered, his hair turned a brilliant shade of blue, and great gossamer wings, fragile as a dragonfly's, sprouted from his back. He whooped in joy, lifting a few inches off the ground, but the wings faltered. The boy tumbled to the earth, stunned, and the dream began to collapse around him, folding in on itself like a dying star. The villagers panicked. Mothers screamed, elders shouted orders. The golden fruits quivered dangerously, some of them slipping loose and bursting before anyone could catch them. Dreams spilled into the square, some benign, some strange, some terrifying. One dream conjured a rain of glowing fish that flopped uselessly across rooftops. Another summoned a door made of ice, opening to a swirling, endless night. Another, darker still, birthed a figure in a black cloak whose face shifted constantly, flickering through dozens of familiar faces like a deck of cards tossed in a storm. Era's hands clenched into fists. This is my fault. She had woven the golden thread without understanding its power. She had set something loose that she did not know how to control. Lyric was nowhere to be seen. Master Danawan shouted above the din, her voice cutting through the panic. To the shrine, all of you, gather at the shrine. The villagers, desperate for leadership, obeyed, dragging children and elders alike toward the cairn path. Era hesitated, torn. Part of her wanted to follow, to hide among the others, to pretend she had nothing to do with this nightmare. But the other part, the truer part, the stubborn burning part that had always lived inside her, refused. She had called the dreams into the world. She had to find a way to send them back. Era turned away from the fleeing villagers and ran toward the heart of the chaos. The dream tree's trunk gleamed as she approached, its bark throbbing faintly like a heartbeat. She placed her hand against it, feeling the thrum of woven magic, raw, bright, and unsteady. There had to be a way to unwind the dreams, to lead them home. She thought of Lyric, the way the golden creature had responded to her voice, her touch. Maybe she didn't need to fight the dreams. Maybe she could guide them. Closing her eyes, Era pressed both palms against the tree and whispered, "You're not meant to stay here. You're made of hopes, of longing, and longing must be free." The tree shivered, the fruits trembled, shedding golden dust. And slowly, ever so slowly, the dreams began to drift upward, glowing orbs rising like lanterns into the misty sky. The dream figures that had spilled into the village paused, watching. Some followed the rising orbs without resistance. Others hesitated, looking back longingly at the waking world. And then one, darker and more stubborn than the rest, the black-cloaked figure with the shifting faces, turned its head toward Era. It did not rise. It stepped forward. Its face flickered, her mother's face, then her teacher's, then faces she did not know. It reached for her. Era stumbled back, heart thudding. Not all dreams wanted to be led home. Some would have to be faced. Chapter 7. Chaos among the clouds. The dreams would not all return to the sky. Despite Era's whispered pleading, despite the slow ascent of the dream orbs toward the misty heavens, several dreams resisted. They clung stubbornly to the earth, or worse, twisted themselves into new, more frightening shapes. The black-cloaked figure was not alone. Other dream forms had begun to shift and harden, growing edges where once there was softness, sharpening into things that moved with unnatural hunger. A singing fountain morphed into a roaring torrent, washing away a stone fence. A garden of living flowers sprouted thorns as long as a man's arm, snapping viciously at anything that moved. A winged horse, beautiful and bright when first summoned, now circled overhead with wild, rolling eyes, its wings shredding and regrowing in broken, painful bursts. The dream world was unraveling, and the villagers, who had once marveled at the strange beauty of the tree and the fruits it bore, now fled in terror. "Back to the shrine," cried one elder, hauling two sobbing children behind him. "The dream's a curse," screamed another. Master Danawan stood her ground in the square, her cloak whipping around her like storm banners. Her face was carved from stone, but Era could see it, the tremor in her hands, the fear battling with anger in her eyes. Era wanted to run to her, to explain, to beg for help, but she already knew what Danawan would say. She had broken something that could not easily be repaired. And in Morrowind, broken things were not gently mended. They were cast away. Lyric reappeared, slipping from the shelter of a collapsed cart, weaving between the chaos with an agility that seemed almost knowing. The dream creature darted to Era's side, pressing its shimmering flank against her hip in a silent show of loyalty. "You stayed," Era murmured, blinking back tears. Lyric's form flickered briefly. Not with fear, but with something deeper, trust. It gave her strength she didn't know she had. She tightened her grip on her spindle, the burned one, useless for spinning now, but still a symbol of who she was, and turned to face the square. The black-cloaked dream stalked closer. It was slower now, more deliberate. Each step left faint smudges on the stones, as if it were leaking shadow. Its shifting faces had slowed too, solidifying into one. A face that was neither young nor old, male nor female. A face that seemed carved from mist and bone. A face that should not have existed. "You," it whispered, and though its mouth barely moved, Ara heard the word as clearly as a shout. "You wove me. You must finish what you began." Ara stumbled back, but Lyric leapt between them, a snarl rumbling from deep within its golden body. The black figure recoiled, but only for a moment. It was stronger than Lyric, stronger than anything Ara had yet faced, and worse, it was clever. "You want them to trust you," it said, its voice growing smoother, more persuasive. "But they will not after what you have done." Around them, the villagers' faces twisted with fear and suspicion. "She brought this on us," someone shouted. "She summoned the storm. She wove the dreams into monsters." The accusations were like stones hurled at her heart. "No," Era cried, raising her hands. "I didn't mean. I was only—" Danuin stepped forward, her voice slicing through the chaos like a blade. "Enough." The Weaver's master pointed a stern, accusing finger at Era. "You are no longer an apprentice of Morrowind," Danuin said, her words ringing with finality. "You are a danger to us all. You have summoned what you cannot control." Era reeled, as if struck. Her whole life, she had yearned to be accepted, to be part of the ancient weaving tradition that had shaped her village and her family. Now, with a few terrible mistakes, she had undone everything. The villagers began to press forward, their fear curdling into anger. Lyric growled, hackles raised. The black-cloaked dream watched silently, its eyes glittering. Era knew she had only moments before the situation turned violent. She thought wildly of the map, the half-legendary map of winds she had heard whispers about, a secret way to return what had been unleashed, to guide dreams back to where they belonged. But it was hidden, and she was alone, unless the dream thread, the golden thread still pulsed faintly within her cloak, wound carefully into her sash. She could feel it responding to her fear, her desperation. Era closed her eyes, blocking out the villagers' cries, the storm of emotions swirling around her. She thought of stillness. She thought of home. She thought of the soft hush of weaving, of clouds curling through the loom like sleepy river currents. And she reached for the thread. It answered. Golden light flared from her chest, momentarily blinding. The angry cries fell silent. Even the black figure hesitated, hissing as the light touched it. When Era opened her eyes again, she was no longer standing in the village square. She was somewhere else, high above, in the clouds themselves. She floated on an endless sea of mist. The sky stretched out around her like a vast, silvered plain. Stars wheeled overhead, and a cool wind combed through her hair. And before her, woven out of fog and moonlight, appeared a path, a twisting, glimmering road that stretched out into the unknown. The golden thread burned warmly in her hand, pulling her toward it. Behind her, back in Morrowind, she could still hear the villagers shouting, but she knew now she could not stay. Not yet. There was work to be done. She had awakened the dreams. Now she must learn how to guide them home, or be lost among them forever. Drawing a steadying breath, Era stepped forward onto the path of clouds, Lyric pacing silently at her side, and the journey truly began. Chapter 8. The Weaver's Blame. The village of Morrowind woke to ruins. The once proud green at the heart of the village, where festivals had been held and stories shared for generations, was now a battlefield of broken dreams. The great silver tree had withered overnight. Its luminous leaves turned to ash. The fruits had fallen and shattered on the stone, spilling dream stuff that hissed and evaporated into the cold morning air. The villagers moved through the wreckage like wraiths, gathering what little they could salvage. No one spoke loudly. Even the children were silent, clinging to their mothers' skirts, eyes wide and hollow. Master Danuin stood at the foot of the crumbled shrine steps, her hands clasped tightly behind her back. She watched as the others worked, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Beside her, the elder weaver Tovin shook his head slowly. It was her, he said at last, his voice thick with sadness. The girl, Ara. Danwin's mouth tightened. Yes, there was no more room for doubt now. No more comforting lies about tricks of the mist or natural storms. Aura had touched something old and dangerous, something that had slipped through the veil between worlds and seeped into their lives like poisoned rain. She broke the boundary, murmured old Mirror, the herb woman, as she set a broken basket upright. The old stories warned of this, that if a weaver spun too close to a living heart, the dreams would wake and hunger. And now the hunger remains, Tovin said grimly, pointing toward the edge of the village. There, in the thinning mist, shapes moved. Dark one, shadows born not of stone or tree or man, but of longing. Twisted dreams left behind when their dreamers woke, corrupted now by the harshness of reality. They were weak during the day, sluggish and barely formed. But at night, the villagers whispered. They prowled, watching, waiting. One had already taken a goat from the herder's fields. Another had been seen crouching at the edge of a window, peering inside at the newborn child who slept there. The villagers were afraid, not just of the dream creatures, but of what might come next. And fear is a dangerous thing. It needs somewhere to point. At a whispered council held that evening in the long hall, voices rose and fell like uneasy tides. She must be found, said Danwin, her voice steely. If we find her, we can undo this. She must undo it, insisted Mira, thumping her cane on the floor. But what if she refuses? Another asked nervously. Then we will make her, Tovin said grimly. Around the fire, faces flickered with shadows. In those faces, Era's memory was already being reshaped, not as the bright, stubborn weaver's apprentice, but as a wayward sorceress, a harbinger of ruin. It was easier that way. Easier to blame her than to admit that the village itself had forgotten its oldest lessons, that the clouds were not just cloth to be spun, that dreams were not just stories to be worn and cast aside. They would send out a search party at dawn. Hunters, weavers, even the stronger of the young men, all would spread across the cliffs and ridges, seeking the girl who had spun the golden thread and set loose the sleeping things of the sky. The Nuin remained silent as the others argued about routes and supplies. Inside, she wrestled with her own guilt. She had seen the signs in Era early on, the impatience, the yearning, the dangerous tenderness with which she touched the clouds. She should have guided the girl more carefully. She should have warned her more clearly, but she hadn't, and now the village was paying the price. She turned her gaze to the darkened mountains rising above them, shrouded in thick mist. Somewhere out there, Era was walking among the clouds, clutching a golden thread she did not understand. And Danwin knew, with a deep, cold certainty, that if they did not find her soon, if they did not end this properly, the dreams would consume not just Morrowind, but everything the mist touched. Meanwhile, high above, hidden in folds of cloud and starlight, Era traveled the path of winds, unaware of the hunt gathering below her. But even there, on the shimmering road of mist, she could feel the pull of the village's fear, a knot tightening, a tether forming. Some part of her, still tender and wounded, ached to turn back. But the golden thread pulsed warmly against her skin, urging her forward. The real work had only just begun. Notes on tone and structure. This chapter is about aftermath, the shift from wonder to fear. It's also about momentum. The villagers are now not just angry, they're organizing. Era's journey will be shadowed by them, hunting her even as she hunts for a way to fix the damage. Chapter 9. The Council of Elders. The path of winds shimmered beneath Era's feet, a pale road woven from mist and starlight. It seemed endless, stretching forward into a horizon that never quite arrived. She had been walking for what felt like hours, perhaps days. Here, the sky did not obey ordinary time. Sometimes the stars raced like river currents. Other times they hung frozen, great watchful eyes against the velvet dark. Lyric trotted beside her, silent and sure, a warm glimmer in the cold emptiness. Every so often, the golden thread in her sash pulsed gently, tugging her onward. She trusted it, though she did not understand it. It was leading her somewhere. At last, the mist thickened ahead, not into fog, but into a shape. A building, no, a hall. It rose from the cloud sea like the skeleton of some vast ancient ship. Pillars of pale stone reached into the sky, so high that their tops disappeared into the drifting stars. Tattered banners of mist fluttered between them, embroidered with sigils she almost, but not quite, recognized. A loom, a river, a broken crown, a sleeping eye. Ira stepped carefully onto the threshold. At once the mist at her feet parted, forming a path of woven cloud, and beyond it, seated around a great circular basin of still silver water, were the council of elders. Not her village elders, not flesh and blood. These were different. They were shadows and echoes, old weavers who had crossed the boundary between waking and dream, whose wisdom remained long after their bodies had faded. Their forms flickered between shapes, sometimes young, sometimes ancient, sometimes neither. Some wore robes of starlight, others cloaks spun from night and fog. Their faces were kind and terrible all at once, as if they carried the weight of 1,000 forgotten worlds in their eyes. One by one, they turned toward Aira as she approached. The air crackled faintly with recognition. She was expected. Lyric pressed against her leg, shivering slightly. Aira laid a steadying hand on his head. "Welcome, weaver of the broken thread," said the first elder, a woman whose voice sounded like rain falling on stone. Aira swallowed hard. "I didn't mean to break anything. I didn't know." The second elder, a figure cloaked in vines and smoke, raised a hand. "Ignorance does not shield the world from consequence." The words stung. Aira looked down at her hands, still faintly glowing from the lingering touch of the golden thread. "I want to fix it," she said softly. "I have to fix it." The council exchanged glances, not of skepticism, but of grim approval. "You have woven the golden thread," said the third elder, whose voice was a low vibrating hum. "Few living have done so. Even fewer have survived it." "It is a gift," said the first. "And a curse," said the second. "It calls forth what is lost," said the third. "And what is lost does not always wish to return," finished the fourth, a weaver so faded she was barely more than a whisper of mist. Ira took a step closer to the silver basin at the hall's center. When she looked into it, she gasped. Reflected in the still water was the waking world, but not as she knew it. She saw Morrowind, crumbling under the weight of the unleashed dreams. She saw the dark creatures growing stronger each night, slipping into the valleys below. She saw the villagers, fearful and angry, sharpening tools not just for defense but for hunting. And she saw herself, walking the endless path, growing smaller and smaller beneath the enormity of the skies. "I don't know how to send the dreams back," she admitted, her voice trembling. "Then you must learn," said the first elder. The mist behind the council shifted, and from it floated an object, no larger than her hand, wrapped in thin golden strands. It unfolded like a blooming flower as it neared her. It was a map, but not in comparchment. It was woven, a living tapestry of wind and starlight, constantly shifting, its patterns changing with the currents of the air. It was the map of winds, the secret era had only heard whispers of in bedtime stories. The first elder spoke. "This is the path the lost dreams once traveled. Each thread leads to a gate, a place where dreams may return to the sky. But beware," said the second elder, "for the gates are guarded by memories too painful to forget. And not all dreams will come willingly," warned the third. "Some will try to make you forget yourself," whispered the fourth. Ira reached out and touched the map. It was cool and soft, like the belly of a cloud. The woven lines flared gently at her touch, marking several destinations. The Valley of Sleeping Winds, the Mirror Marshes, the Shattered Crown, the Dreamer's Hollow. Each name resonated with something deep inside her, as if old songs she had never learned were singing in her blood. "You must find the lost dreams," said the first elder. "Guide them home," said the second. "Before they anchor themselves too deeply," said the third. "Before they become nightmares," said the fourth. "And if I fail?" Era whispered. The elders leaned forward in unison, their forms darkening like thunderclouds. "Then the waking world will drown," they said together, "in dreams that do not know they are dead." The basin's surface shimmered once more, and a final image appeared. A figure, standing atop a mountain of broken threads. Golden, silver, violet, weaving a great net to catch the stars as they fell, one by one, into the mist. The figure was veiled, their face hidden, but something in the tilt of the head, the set of the shoulders, was achingly familiar. It was her, or some version of what she might become, if she succeeded, or, if she failed. Era clutched the map of winds to her chest. "I will not let the world drown," she said, her voice firm despite the fear twisting inside her. The council nodded once, solemn and slow. The mist thickened again, swallowing their forms. The hall faded, the stars folding themselves away like closing eyes. And Era was alone once more on the path of winds, but no longer lost. She had a map, she had a mission, and somewhere, hidden among the endless clouds, the first lost dream waited, waiting to be found, or to find her first. Chapter 10, A Map of Winds. The map of winds pulsed gently in Era's hands, alive with the breath of 1,000 forgotten paths. It wasn't a map in the ordinary sense. No neat lines, no tidy compass rose. Instead, threads of mist and golden light wove and unwove themselves constantly across its surface. Roads opened, closed, shifted like river currents. Destinations bloomed like flowers, only to wither and vanish again if she looked too long. Era sat on the edge of the path of winds, the endless cloud sea rolling below her, the cold bite of the air sharp against her skin. Lyric lay curled beside her, his luminous form dimmed slightly, as if he too could sense the enormity of what lay ahead. She took a steadying breath and focused. 4 destinations glimmered most clearly on the map's surface. The Valley of Sleeping Winds, a place where old dreams went to rest, heavy and drowsy and slow. The Mirror Marshes, a place where dreams and memories twisted together, and where nothing seen could be fully trusted. The Shattered Crown, a ruined palace built by the dreams of a lost kingdom, now crumbling into nightmare. The Dreamer's Hollow, a deep, dark place beneath the clouds where abandoned hopes nested and grew wild. Each pulled at her in a different way, threads tugging at her heart. She could almost hear faint voices rising from the woven strands. "Find me, save me, remember me." And beneath those voices, a softer warning. "Beware." Era ran her fingers lightly over the golden weavings, feeling the subtle resistance and attraction, like a magnet hidden beneath cloth. The Valley of Sleeping Winds seemed the least threatening, a place of quiet, perhaps even peace. She was tempted, but she remembered the council's words. Not all dreams wish to be led home. In the valley, she might find dreams that did not wake willingly, or worse, dreams that wished to drag her into their endless sleep. The Mirror Marshes gleamed silver, shifting even as she watched. Dangerous, confusing, she might lose herself there. The Shattered Crown pulsed faintly with a broken, regal sorrow. A place built from the grandest dreams and the grandest failures. And the Dreamer's Hollow, the map trembled slightly whenever her gaze touched that name. A place of deep roots, a place of things buried too long. She did not know why, but that name sent a cold shiver down her spine. She looked up at Lyric. The dream creature lifted his head, golden eyes steady. "Where do we go?" she whispered. Lyric rose to his feet and pressed his nose lightly against the Valley of Sleeping Winds. Ara nodded. It made sense. Start with the place of rest. Start with the ones who slept. If she could return the peaceful dreams first, it might give her strength and knowledge for the harder roads ahead. She traced the shimmering thread leading from her point on the map to the valley. At once, the map of winds shifted, tightening its threads, forming a new bridge of mist ahead of her. The path of winds curved and narrowed, the clouds thickening like spun wool around its edges. The golden thread at her waist pulsed once. "Ready?" "All right," Ura said softly. "Let's begin." The road changed as she walked. At first, it was the same as before, a clean path of woven cloud, bordered by slow, sleepy winds. But soon the mists deepened, darkening into hues of blue and violet. The air grew heavy, carrying the scent of old rain and crushed flowers. She began to hear them, soft sighs, as if the very clouds around her were dreaming. Shapes formed at the edge of the road, huge, slow-moving figures of mist. A giant curled around a hill, weeping softly into his knees. A bird with wings too large for its body drifted lazily through the sky, singing a song without words. A girl sat beneath a cloud tree, braiding strands of mist into her hair, her face a peaceful mask of sleep. Dreams, hundreds of them. They hung suspended in the valley of sleeping winds, caught between worlds, not dead, not alive, only lingering, waiting. Era moved carefully, weaving between the slumbering dreams. The ground felt less solid now, as if her every step could disturb them. "Don't wake them," she whispered, as much to herself as to Lyric. The golden thread guided her deeper into the valley. She passed dreams that stirred at her passing, a hand twitching, a wing flicking, but none truly woke. And then she found it, the first true dream. It was different from the others, smaller, curled tight into itself like a sleeping fox. It glowed faintly with a soft blue light. Era knelt beside it. It was beautiful and heartbreakingly familiar. It was a boy, no older than 7 or 8, clutching a wooden toy carved in the shape of a ship. His face was turned slightly upward, as if he dreamed of the stars. As she watched, the boy stirred and mumbled something in his sleep. "Don't forget me." Ara felt the words lance through her chest. This was not just a dream of play or adventure. This was a dream of being remembered, the desperate hope of a child lost to time. She reached out, hesitated. How do I lead him home? The council had not told her the answer, but instinct rose within her, the same instinct that had first guided her to weave the clouds, to touch the golden thread. She sang, a song without words, older than language, a song of return, of safe harbors, of the sky folding softly around those who had wandered too far. The golden thread responded, weaving itself into the air around the sleeping boy. He stirred again, opened his eyes. They were vast and star-bright, filled with wonder and sadness. He looked at her, truly looked, and smiled. Ara smiled back through sudden tears. The boy rose lightly, drifting upward, his body growing more transparent with every breath. The golden thread wrapped around him like a cradle, carrying him higher and higher until he was only a bright spark vanishing into the misty heavens. Gone home. One dream. Saved. Era knelt there for a long time, breathless and trembling. One dream among hundreds, thousands, but it was a beginning. Lyric pressed against her side, humming softly. The path of winds gleamed faintly ahead, pointing onward, and somewhere, beyond the sleeping dreams, darker currents stirred. Dreams that would not rise so gently. Dreams that would fight. But for now, Era allowed herself one brief, aching moment of triumph. One dream home. One thread repaired. The journey had truly begun. Chapter 11. Setting out. The boy's dream had faded into the mists like a star swallowed by dawn, but the warmth of the moment clung to Era's skin like a second heartbeat. She had done it. She had led one dream home. For the first time since the storm, since the golden thread had burned itself into her life, Era felt a glimmer of true hope. But it didn't last. As she stood again on the shifting path of winds, the map pulsing faintly in her hands, she saw how the woven lines ahead had changed. Where before they had been soft and meandering, like rivers through a lazy plain, now they twisted sharply, tight coils and knots that pulsed with darker colors, deep blues, bruised purples, dull silvers. The dreams ahead were not sleeping. They were awake, and some of them were angry. Lyric growled low in his throat, his golden form flickering uneasily. His ears flattened against his head as he turned his gaze eastward, toward a new point that had brightened on the living map. The mirror marshes. Era felt the pull too. A colder thread this time, but steady. She didn't hesitate. If she was going to complete her journey, if she was truly going to mend the wound she had torn open, she couldn't just save the peaceful dreams. She had to face the broken ones too. Drawing her cloak tight around her shoulders, she stepped forward, Lyric close at her side. The journey toward the mirror marshes was different from her walk to the valley of sleeping winds. The air grew heavier with every step, thickening like syrup. The path narrowed until it was barely wide enough for two to walk abreast, and the mist around them turned dark and sludgy, clinging to her boots with invisible fingers. The wind no longer sang. It whispered faint half-words that tugged at her mind. Come closer. Remember, you've forgotten something important. Era shook her head sharply, trying to banish the voices. She knew the dangers of the marshes from the old tales. the ones the elders only half believed, a place where memory and dream tangled together, where travelers could lose themselves, or worse, lose their very selves, and wander forever, nameless shadows. Even knowing this, the pull was nearly irresistible. Old memories surfaced with every step, her mother's lullabies, barely remembered, the rough feel of Master Denoen's hand, guiding hers on her first loom, the laughter of other apprentices she had long since left behind. They felt so real, so vivid, she could almost step into them. But Lyric growled softly, snapping her back to the present. Focus, she pressed on. The path ended suddenly at the edge of a vast, glassy marsh. It stretched out before her in endless ripples, pools of still black water separated by thin, crooked paths of mist-soaked earth. Strange reeds swayed without wind. Faint reflections moved in the water, but not her own. Other faces, other lives. Ara shivered. Above the marsh, the clouds were low and suffocating, hanging so close she could almost touch them. Strange lights flickered in the mist, pale blues and greens, like distant lanterns bobbing in unseen hands. The map of winds shifted again, displaying a delicate, fragile thread leading across the marsh, winding between pools and vanished islands. It pulsed once, urging her onward. She obeyed. The first few steps were easy enough. The ground held beneath her boots, though it squelched unpleasantly. The air was damp and tasted faintly metallic, like rain on old iron. She kept her eyes forward, focused on the shimmering path ahead. But the marshes had other plans. Reflections rose from the water, not just of herself, but of her deepest memories. There was her mother again, kneeling to brush tangled hair from her forehead. There was Master Danouen, teaching her how to read the winds. There was a boy she barely remembered, an old playmate who had fallen from the cliffs years ago and whose name she had forced herself to forget. Each memory reached out to her with desperate hands. Stay, remember, be safe here. Each offered the same terrible temptation to step off the safe path, to slip into the water and become part of the dreaming world forever. Era's head swam. It would be so easy. No more fear, no more guilt, just endless peace, just forgetting. Lyric whined urgently, bumping his head against her hip. She stumbled, but kept her footing. Focused, she gritted her teeth and pressed onward, though each step grew harder, as if unseen hands were grabbing at her ankles. Halfway across the marsh, she saw it, the dream she had come for. It stood on a distant spit of land, barely more than a mound of reeds rising from the black water. At first glance, it seemed like a boy, small, thin, wrapped in tattered mist. But as she moved closer, Ara saw the truth. It was not a child. Not anymore. Its face was a mask of shifting features, sometimes joyful, sometimes twisted in rage. Its body rippled like a badly woven tapestry, seams gaping open, leaking dark mist. A forgotten dream. A dream abandoned too long, left to fester. It saw her, and it smiled. Era's blood ran cold. The creature opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, a wave of memory smashed into her. Shame, regret, loss. 1,000 tiny wounds reopening all at once. She staggered, nearly falling into the water. The dream thing stepped onto the path, moving toward her. Lyric barked, a burst of golden light flashing from his form, pushing the nightmare back a few steps. But it advanced again, relentless. Era fumbled for the golden thread tucked into her cloak. The thread pulsed weakly, as if sensing her fear. She had to weave it now into a new shape. A net, a guide, something to catch and lead this broken dream home. But her fingers shook, her mind blurred. The marshes pressed in closer, whispering, "You cannot save it. You are too small. You are nothing." Era clenched her jaw. No. She began to weave, not neatly, not skillfully, but fiercely. She spun the golden thread into a lasso of light, flinging it toward the nightmare. The thread caught. The dream thing shrieked, not in pain but in protest. A child pulled from a long, sick sleep. Era held tight, dragging it forward, feeling its resistance tugging at her arms, her heart, her very soul. "I won't leave you behind," she gasped. The path shook beneath her feet. The reflections screamed. The marshes howled. But step by step, she pulled the broken dream toward the path of winds, toward the thin line of safety woven through the marsh. And as she crossed back onto the solid mist road, the nightmare's form flickered, trembled, and then softened. It became a small boy again, only a boy, holding a battered wooden toy ship, gazing up at her with wide, exhausted eyes. Era reached out and touched his shoulder gently. The golden thread wrapped around him like a mother's embrace. He drifted upward, lighter than mist, dissolving into the sky. Gone home. Era collapsed to her knees, shaking, Lyric pressing his body against her protectively. Above them, the marshes seethed and churned, but the golden path remained, solid, glowing, real. One more dream saved, one more thread mended, and many, many more, still waiting. But Era rose, brushing mud and mist from her cloak. She had survived the mirror marshes, and she would survive the next place, and the next. Because now she understood. Dreams were fragile, dreams were fierce, and dreams, even the broken ones, deserved to find their way home. Chapter 12, The Broken Sky. The path of winds grew thin, not simply narrow, fragile. Era could see it as she walked, hairline cracks webbing the mist road beneath her feet, each one leaking tiny trickles of light or darkness into the clouds below. It was as if the world itself were unraveling. Lyric padded silently at her side, his golden glow dimmed to a faint halo around his slender form. He was tense, ears flat against his skull, body low to the ground. Era's fingers tightened around the map of winds. Even it had changed. Where before the map had shifted and flowed with calm purpose, now it stuttered, threads pulling apart and reweaving themselves at frantic, jagged angles. Whole paths blinked in and out of existence faster than she could track. She knew what this meant. The dreams were no longer simply lost. They were breaking. And when dreams broke, reality itself began to bleed. She first noticed the rift when the air around her grew suddenly wrong, cold and hot at once, heavy and weightless, sharp and dull. Era staggered to a stop as the path of winds abruptly ended, not at a gate, not at a crossroads, but at a gaping wound in the sky. It was horrifyingly beautiful. A great rent in the heavens stretching from horizon to horizon, where the clouds poured upward instead of downward, twisting into impossible shapes. Through the rip in the world, she glimpsed flashes of other places, deserts made of glass, oceans boiling with stormlight, endless forests where trees sang in voices too low for humans to hear. And through it all, fragments of dreams tumbled, falling, spinning, colliding. Some were no bigger than a spark, others were monstrous, vast creatures of smoke and sorrow, roaring silently into the endless void. Lyric growled low in his throat, fur bristling. The golden thread at Era's waist pulsed once, a slow, warning throb. Ahead she could see the remnants of the path, broken bridges of mist, floating islands of memory stitched together with fraying strands of cloud. It would be dangerous to cross, but if she turned back, the dreams left behind would continue to fall, or worse, anchor themselves in the tear, twisting into something far worse than nightmares. Era set her jaw. She had come this far. She would not falter now. The first few steps were terrifying. The fragments of broken path shifted underfoot, swaying with each gust of otherworldly wind. Sometimes the stones she stepped on were real, sometimes they flickered and nearly vanished beneath her. She learned quickly to test each step with the golden thread, letting it brush forward before she trusted her weight to anything. Above her, the sky flashed and groaned. Once, she saw a river spill downward from the rift, not water, but memory, liquid and glowing, rushing into the mist below. If she fell into that river, she knew she might lose everything she was. The thought made her knees weak, but she pressed on. Midway across the rift, she encountered the first guardian. It was not a dream. Not anymore. It had been one, once, a dream of flight perhaps, or freedom. Now it was a broken thing, a bird thing made of shattered stars, its wings ragged, its body flickering between dozens of forms with every beat. It circled high above her, keening a soundless cry, and then it dove. Lyric snarled, his body flaring with golden light, and leapt to intercept it. The two collided in a blinding burst of mist and fire. Era ran forward, heart hammering, weaving the golden thread into a shield around herself. The creature slammed into the barrier, shrieking as the thread burned its broken body. But it did not retreat. It was mindless now, a thing of instinct, not memory. It fought because it did not know how to stop. Era realized with sick certainty that there was no leading this dream home, no soothing it back into slumber. Only relief. Tears blurred her vision as she raised the spindle of golden thread. "I'm sorry," she whispered, and she wove, not a net, not a path, a release. She spun the golden thread into a simple, solemn pattern, a doorway. The bird thing struck it once more, and this time, the thread absorbed it, folding the broken dream gently into itself. For a moment, she saw the flicker of what it had been. A boy running with outstretched arms, laughing, pretending to fly. Then it was gone. The rift shuddered, a low groaning sound rolling across the broken sky. More fragments of the path fell away into the mist. Era knelt, gasping, clutching Lyric close. "I can't do this," she whispered. "It's too big. It's..." Lyric pressed his nose against her cheek, grounding her. The golden thread pulsed again, stronger this time, as if answering not her fear, but her choice to keep moving despite it. She wiped her eyes with the back of her sleeve. "I can do it," she said aloud, voice shaking but certain. "I have to, because if she didn't, if she gave up now, the dreams would keep falling, the rift would widen, and the world she loved, the village perched in the mountains, the people who had turned away from her in fear but who still deserved saving, would drown in their own forgotten hopes and broken memories." By nightfall, she had crossed the rift. Behind her, the path of winds shimmered faintly, restitching itself strand by golden strand, weaving over the tear like a careful, patient hand mending a favorite cloak. It wasn't whole, not yet, but it was healing. Era collapsed onto a patch of solid cloud, Lyric curling protectively beside her. Above them, the stars spun lazily, silver and slow. And ahead, the path led onward, toward the next dream, toward the next gate, toward redemption. She closed her eyes, letting exhaustion pull her under. Tomorrow, she would walk again. Tomorrow, she would mend another broken dream. But for now, for one heartbeat of peace, she slept, carried by the clouds she had learned to love and fear. Notes on tone and structure. This chapter is the climax of the second act. Era faces not just physical danger, but the truth that not all dreams can be saved. It also strengthens her emotional resolve, and shows the dream world itself starting to heal in small ways as she acts. Chapter 13. The Guide of Whispers. When Era woke, the path of winds had changed again. It was no longer a clean ribbon of mist, stretching neatly into the horizon. Now it forked and spiraled, splitting into a dozen twisting trails that rose and fell like smoke caught in a shifting wind. Each path hummed with its own strange music, some sweet, others discordant and raw. Each one beckoned, each one threatened. Era sat up slowly, the map of winds fluttering against her chest like a restless bird. Lyric paced at the edge of the cloud patch, where she had slept, hackles raised, nose tilted to the unseen currents of magic, and memories swirling above them. They were not alone. Era could feel it before she saw it, a presence, moving with the mist, whispering at the edges of her mind. Not a dream. Not exactly. Something older. Something. Watch. She rose to her feet, the golden thread already pulsing in warning at her waist. "Show yourself," she said, voice steadier than she felt. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, a ripple through the mist. A figure coalesced, stepping lightly onto the fractured path ahead. It was tall and slender, cloaked in layers of pale, shifting fabric that seemed woven from cloud and starlight itself. Its face was hidden by a smooth, blank mask, polished to a mirror finish. In that mask, Era saw herself reflected, small, weary, stubborn. The figure inclined its head slightly, as if in greeting. "Who are you?" she demanded. The figure's voice, when it came, was a breath more than a sound, 1,000 whispers layered into one. "I am called many things," it said. "The guide, the whisperer, the map reader, the keeper of the way." Its head tilted, studying her through the blank mirror of its mask. "But you," it said, "you are the cloud weaver, the breaker, and the mender." Era flinched at the titles. She had not asked to be either. "I'm trying to fix what I broke," she said fiercely. "I'm trying to send the dreams home." The guide chuckled, a dry, brittle sound like leaves crumbling between fingers. "Are you?" it asked. "Or are you merely chasing them, afraid of what they might become?" Era set her jaw. "I don't have time for riddles," she said. "If you know the way, if you know how I can repair the rift, then tell me." The guide's masked face turned toward the tattered sky above them. "The rift is only the beginning," it said softly. "The dreams you freed, they are not the only ones who remember the old ways. There are older things still, forgotten even by the stars." It turned back to her, mist swirling at its feet. "You must be swift, and you must be certain, for there are paths that once entered cannot be left." Era's stomach twisted. "I don't understand," she said. "You will," the guide said simply. It lifted one long-fingered hand and pointed to the map of winds. New threads bloomed at the point where the broken path split. New destinations, new dangers. The sunken archive, a place where lost dreams turned into written memory, trapping travelers in endless loops of forgotten stories. The Hollow Queen's Court, a crumbling dream palace where ancient ambitions still festered, seeking new vessels. The Echoing Stair, a spiral of song where each step climbed deeper into madness or enlightenment, depending on the strength of the climber's heart. Era stared at the map, overwhelmed. "Which path is the right one?" she asked. The guide's masked face reflected her fear back at her, endless and small. "There is no right path," it said. "Only the path you choose." It stepped closer, but it added, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "There is one who waits for you, one who stirs in the deeper clouds, one who remembers the first weavers and hungers for their air." Era's breath caught. "Who?" she whispered. The guide's head tilted again. "You will know them when they find you." It reached into its cloak and drew out a spool, a small, delicate thing wrapped in silvery thread. Unlike her golden strand, this one shimmered cold and sharp, like moonlight on broken glass. It offered the spool to her. "A gift," it said, "a thread of remembering. Should you lose yourself, this may call you home, if your heart is strong enough." Era hesitated. She had been warned often enough in the old tales. Never accept a gift freely given by a thing you do not understand. But she also knew she might not survive without it. Slowly, she reached out and took the spool. The thread was icy against her skin, and for a heartbeat she saw flashes of herself, walking the path, weaving the sky, standing alone atop a mountain of dreams. Her future, or her undoing. The guide stepped back into the mist, its body already fading. "Choose swiftly, Weaver," it whispered. "For the sky does not wait." And then it was gone. Only the whisper of its words remained, coiling through the broken clouds. Era stood alone at the crossroads of the path of winds. The map pulsed against her chest. The new threads waited, threads that could save the dreams she had loosed, or doom her to vanish among them. She tucked the silver spool carefully into her pouch, feeling its cold weight settle beside the golden thread. Lyric whined softly, pressing his side against hers. "I'm ready," she told him. Maybe it was a lie. Maybe she would never be truly ready. But she would go anyway. Because the dreams were counting on her. Because the rift was widening. Because something, someone, waited for her in the deeper clouds. And because she was Era, Cloud Weaver, the girl who had broken the sky. The girl who would mend it, or be broken herself trying. She chose her path, and she walked forward into the mist. Chapter 14. The Valley of Sleeping Winds. The moment Era crossed the threshold, the world changed. The air grew heavy and warm, thick with the scent of crushed lavender and sweet earth after rain. The sky overhead dulled to a soft violet grey, clouds swirling so slowly it was as if time itself had melted into honey. Before her stretched the Valley of Sleeping Winds, an endless plain of low hills, silver grasses, and ancient twisted trees, whose bark whispered as it shifted in unseen breezes. And everywhere, sleeping forms. Dreams lay scattered like fallen leaves across the valley, some as small as curled-up foxes, others vast and unknowable. A ship resting atop a hill, its sails furled in eternal slumber. A tower leaning drowsily against a bank of mist. a forest of crystal trees whose branches sighed gently in sleep. Lyric padded beside her, ears twitching, but the dream creature made no sound. Even he seemed subdued here, muffled by the strange hush that wrapped the valley. It was beautiful, and it was deadly, because in the Valley of Sleeping Winds, it was so easy to forget you were awake. Aira moved carefully, the map of winds held tightly in one hand, the golden thread in the other. The path ahead shimmered faintly, a thread of safe ground winding through the dreams. She knew better than to step off it. The stories had been clear. Linger too long near the sleeping dreams, and you would join them, curling into a forgotten hope yourself. Already, she could feel the pull. It was subtle, almost sweet, a soft voice at the back of her mind whispering, "Lie down, rest. You've done enough." She ignored it. Step after careful step, she wound her way deeper into the valley. The dreams around her stirred faintly as she passed. Some murmured fragments of their old selves, words half sung, laughter long faded, promises whispered into the mist. Others shifted without sound, exhaling soft clouds of silver breath into the heavy air. And somewhere ahead, Aira could feel it, the dream she had come to find. Not a nightmare. Not yet, but growing restless. Hours passed, or minutes, or days. Time was a broken thing in the valley, slipping through her fingers no matter how tightly she tried to hold it. Her muscles ached, her eyelids drooped. Lyric nudged her sharply whenever she faltered, pulling her back from the edge of sleep. At last, on a low rise near the heart of the valley, she found it, the dream she sought. It was a figure lying among the silver grasses, shrouded in a cocoon of mist. As she drew closer, the mist peeled back, revealing a young woman, perhaps only a few years older than Aira herself, with hair like woven night and hands curled gently over her chest. In her grasp, she held a shard of glass. No, not glass. A mirror. Aira knelt beside her. The golden thread pulsed warmly, eager to weave, to guide. She reached out, and the dream opened its eyes. They were not human eyes. They were deep pools of shifting stars, galaxies spinning slowly in their depths. Aira froze. The sleeping woman smiled, a lazy, half-sad smile, and whispered, "I remember you." Aira recoiled slightly. "No, you don't. I'm here to help you, to send you home." The dream woman sat up, the grasses folding around her like loyal pets. "Home," she said softly. "I have no home. I am home." She gestured around the valley. "Here, where the winds sleep, where pain does not reach, where memory fades like mist at dawn." Aira's heart twisted. "I can't let you stay," she said. "It's not safe. If you stay, you'll forget who you are. You'll fade." The woman laughed, a sound like bells muffled by distance. "And what is wrong with forgetting?" She held out the mirror shard. "Look, Weaver. See what it is you ask me to leave behind." Aira hesitated. The old tales were clear. Never look into a sleeping dream's mirror. But the woman's gaze was kind and weary and terribly sad. Aira looked. At first, the mirror showed only mist. Then, slowly, it shaped itself into scenes. Her mother, singing her to sleep on stormy nights. Master Danawin, smiling for once, rare and genuine, when Aira spun her first perfect thread. The village green during the Festival of Winds, when laughter floated higher than the kites. Memories. Home. Aira's throat closed. The mirror shimmered again, darker now. It showed Morrowind after the storm, the cracked rooftop, the village's fearful glares, Master Danawin's cold words of exile, pain. The dream woman's voice was soft. "Stay, sleep, forget. There is no shame in resting." The grasses whispered agreement. The air grew sweeter, heavier. Aira felt herself swaying, the golden thread slipping from her numb fingers. Why fight? Why struggle when peace was so close? Lyric barked sharply, the sound cutting through the haze. He butted his head against her ribs, hard enough to sting. Aira gasped, snapping back to herself. The golden thread flared with sudden light, searing the mist around her. The dream woman's face twisted, a flash of sorrow and anger mingling. "You would deny me peace?" she whispered. "I would give you freedom," Aira said fiercely. Before the dream could retreat, Era hurled the golden thread forward, weaving it into a pattern of memory and hope, a tapestry that shimmered with the dreams of what could still be, not what had been lost. The thread wrapped around the dream woman, lifting her gently into the air. She wept, a single tear falling from one galaxy-filled eye. And then she smiled, truly smiled, and vanished in a breath of starlight and mist. Gone home. Era collapsed to her knees, exhausted. Lyric lay beside her, warm and real. The valley of sleeping winds sighed around them, the dreams settling again into their slow, endless breathing. Above, the path of winds pulsed, mended slightly by her success. But far in the distance, so faint she almost missed it, Era saw a flicker of darkness staining the sky. A crack growing. The rift had not closed. And something else was coming through. Something that did not sleep. Something that did not dream. Era rose, wiping her sleeve across her face. There was no time to linger. There were still more dreams to find. Still more damage to mend. Still a world to save. She tightened her grip on the map of winds. And she walked on. Chapter 15. When Dreams Resist. Ara didn't know exactly when the mist changed. She had been walking the path of winds for hours, maybe longer. Time bent easily in the clouds, and her body had learned to obey the thread's pulse more than the sun's passing. At first, the signs were subtle. The air turned colder, not the clean chill of high altitude, but the damp, sour cold of rot. The mist thickened, clinging to her boots and cloak with every step, tugging like ghost hands. The path itself grew dark at the edges, the woven strands of cloud unraveling slightly, as if reluctant to hold weight. Even Lyric grew silent. He walked closer to her now, pressed against her thigh, golden body dim and tense. His ears flicked constantly, eyes scanning the mist as if something watched them just beyond the veil. Something was wrong, very wrong. The golden thread trembled faintly at Era's side. Not with eagerness, not like before. This time it warned her. The map of winds flared against her chest and revealed a strange, splintered pattern ahead. Not one path, but three, weaving together and apart in jagged motions, each pulsing with different energies. She had reached another gate, another dream, but the weave was frayed, tense. This dream was not sleeping. It was trapped, tangled in its own longing, wound so tightly around itself that it no longer knew the way back. Era followed the thread forward, deeper into the mist. She found the dream at the edge of a cloud chasm, where the path of winds unraveled into a shallow basin of blackened fog. It sat in the center, a hunched figure cloaked in ash-grey wrappings, its body shivering and twitching. As she stepped closer, Era felt her breath hitch in her throat. This one was different. The air around it was heavy with bitterness, with old wounds and echoing spite. She recognized the shape before she recognized the memory. The dream wore her face, not the face she had now, but the face she had seen once in a mirror, the one that had stared back at her the day after she had been exiled from Morrowind. Eyes rimmed in red, hair tangled and full of storm wind, mouth tight with unshed tears. But twisted. It looked up and smiled. "You came," it said in her voice, but rougher, bruised. "I wondered if you would." Era froze. "What are you?" she whispered. "A dream," it said. "Your dream. The one you locked away. The one you hated." The dream stood, rising slowly. As it moved, the mists peeled back, revealing dozens of memories tangled around it. Not gentle ones, but sharp, jagged things. The moment she was cast out, the whispers of the villagers calling her dangerous. Daenowyn turning her back without a word. The shame, the fury. "You tried to forget me," the dream said. "But I didn't forget you." It stepped closer. "I was your anger, your doubt, your rage at being cast out for doing something beautiful." The golden thread pulsed against Ara's chest, but she made no move to draw it yet. She was frozen, not in fear, but in recognition. It was her, the part she had never wanted to face. "You don't belong here," she said. The dream tilted its head, amused. "I belong more than most. At least I know I'm broken." It laughed, a cruel, hollow sound. "You've been trying to fix everything," it said. "Trying to lead dreams home. But not all of us want to be healed. Some of us were born to burn." It raised its hand, The mist around it coiled and darkened, forming a spear of sharpened cloud. Lyric leapt between them with a snarl, his golden light flaring. The dream only grinned wider, still hiding behind him. Are you still too afraid to face what's inside you? It lunged. The fight was sudden, brutal. Ara dodged as the mist spear flew past her head and shattered against the cloud behind her. Lyric and the dream clashed in a flurry of light and smoke, the air screaming with tension. Ara stumbled back, fumbling for the golden thread. She had never woven in battle before. She had never needed to. Now, her hands worked on instinct, shaping the thread into a binding loop, a net, a barrier. The dream lashed out again, voice shrieking with rage and pain. "You threw me away," it howled. "You wanted to forget what they did, what they said. You gave them your loyalty, and they cast you aside." Era flinched, because it was true. She had wanted to forget. She had buried her grief, her fury, under duty. She had focused only on redemption, not healing. She couldn't banish the dream. She couldn't destroy it, because it was still part of her. "I didn't forget you," she said suddenly, dropping the net. The dream froze. "I didn't forget," Era said again, stepping forward. "I've just been afraid of what would happen if I let you speak." The twisted version of her blinked. Era reached out with the golden thread, not to bind, but to connect. She wove a new pattern, a circle, unbroken, strong, a place for the dream to rest. "You're part of me," she whispered. "But you don't have to stay angry forever." The dream trembled. It stepped forward, faltered, reached for the thread, and changed. Its body shrank, the shadows sloughing away. What remained was a girl, her age, her height, but quiet now, no longer sneering, just sad. She looked up at Era one last time and said, very softly, "I just didn't want to be forgotten." Then she stepped into the golden thread and dissolved, not violently, but with peace. Gone home, Era collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Lyric nuzzled her cheek, his soft hum grounding her. This was different from the others, harder, heavier, because she hadn't saved someone else's dream, she had reclaimed her own. Above her, the sky brightened slightly. The rift remained, but the clouds around it pulsed with new light. The golden thread was stronger now. So was she. But she understood something now that she hadn't before. Not all dreams want to be led home. Not all should. But even the bitter ones deserve to be seen. And when possible, forgiven. Era wrote. Ahead, a map of winds shimmered with a new line. She followed it, quietly. Not triumphant, not defeated, simply whole. Chapter 16, The Last Dream. The clouds were quiet now. After all the storms, the noise, the desperate tug-of-war between memory and forgetting, the silence was worse. It pressed in on Era as she walked the final stretch of the path of winds. Her feet moved without thinking. Her hands, always curled protectively around the golden thread, hung limp now at her sides. The map of winds no longer pulsed. There was no weaving thread of light guiding her forward. There was only instinct and sorrow. She didn't need the map anymore. She knew where the last dream was waiting. She had known since the beginning. She had simply refused to believe it. It started with the scent. Faint and warm, curling through the clouds, wild thyme and burnt sugar. Her mother's scent. Era froze. She was standing on a high outcrop, the path of winds narrowing to a single glowing thread that curved inward, circling itself in a spiral like a shell. In the center stood a cottage, small, familiar. The thatched roof dipped slightly in the back, where a storm had once torn part of it loose. The wind chime made of glass feathers still hung near the door, singing in a breeze that wasn't really there. Ara's legs trembled. She hadn't seen this house in 10 years. Her mother's cottage, gone now, burned in a fire when Ara was 6, her mother gone with it. And yet, here it stood. Oh, inside, a light glowed in the window. She stepped forward. The door creaked open before she could knock. And there, seated at the table, hands wrapped around a clay mug, head tilted in amused surprise, was her mother. Not as Era had last seen her, soot-streaked and coughing in the smoke. No, this version was as Ara barely remembered her, strong, soft-eyed, laughing at something no one else heard. "Hello, little cloud," she said gently. Era staggered back. "No," she whispered. "No, you can't be. This isn't real." The woman stood and crossed the room, her presence warm and steady. She cupped Era's face in her palms. "I've missed you." Tears flooded Era's eyes. She wanted to believe it. With every breath, every aching cell of her body, she wanted to collapse into that warmth and stay. Lyric watched from the doorway, silent, eyes dim with sorrow. He knew what this was. This was the last dream. Not the biggest, not the strongest, just the one most deeply buried, the one she had never truly let go. "Why are you here?" Awa asked, voice cracking. "Because you called me," her mother said, "because I was still waiting." She stepped back and gestured to the small home around them. "This is what you carry, your first dream, your truest." Era looked around at the soft rug her mother used to braid, the book still open near the hearth, the loaf of bread cooling on the table. "I didn't mean to call you back," she said. "But you did," her mother replied softly, "and now you have to choose." The golden thread fluttered at Era's side, uncertain. If she wove it now, it would carry this dream, her mother home, back into the stars, the sky, whatever place dreams went when released. She would lose her again. Truly this time, no memory left warm and tangible, no voice in her ear when she woke from nightmares. She would remember, but distantly, like light through glass. The ache would deepen, not fade. And yet, if she held on to this dream, kept it tethered here in the realm between waking and mist, she would never finish the path, never heal the rift, never save the others. She would stay in this little house with her mother, and the world would slip away, quietly unraveling. She dropped to her knees. "I don't know if I'm strong enough," she said. Her mother knelt beside her. "You are," Era sobbed. "But I don't want to say goodbye again." Her mother pulled her close, wrapping her arms around her the way she used to. "This time," she whispered, "you get to choose it. That's what makes it different." The dream began to flicker. Outside, the sky was fraying. The rift was widening, a low rumble echoing across the heavens. Era could feel the pull in the golden thread. It was time. She stood. Her hands shook as she unwound the thread from her belt, holding it between trembling fingers. Her mother smiled. "Let me go, little cloud." Era sobbed as she wove. It was the simplest pattern she had ever made, a cradle, soft and warm, wrapped in love and sorrow. As she wove, the cottage faded, the warmth dimmed, and her mother stepped back into the golden light. Arms outstretched. "I am proud of you." The dream dissolved into mist. Gone home. Ara stood in the silence that followed, the thread still warm in her hands, her face wet with tears. Lyric pressed against her side. Together they stepped onto the now brightened path of winds. Behind them, the last true dream had returned. Ahead, the rift loomed, open, wounded, trembling. But for the first time, Era did not fear it. She was whole now. She had mourned and let go. She had forgiven herself, and she was ready for what came next, even if that meant facing the thing that waited in the deepest clouds. Chapter 17, A New Dawn Woven. The sky was trembling. As Era stood at the edge of the final rise along the path of winds, she felt it in her bones. The shuddering tension in the clouds, the sick hum of magic stretched too thin. The rift loomed ahead like a great wound in the heavens, pulsing with pale, fractured light. It was larger now, wider, no longer just a crack between worlds, but a gaping mouth pulling everything toward it. Memories, dreams, even the clouds themselves. Era clenched the golden thread in one hand, the map of winds in the other. Lyric stood beside her, silent and steady, his golden light now strong again, no longer flickering, but burning constant. Together, they had reclaimed the lost dreams. They had returned what could be returned. They had mourned what could not. Now, only one task remained. Era stepped forward. As she neared the rift, the air grew sharp, so full of raw energy that every breath stung her lungs. Fractures split the path beneath her, and the sky overhead spun in warped spirals. Reality was tiring, unraveling at the edges. She understood now what the elders had feared. This was not just about the dreams she had called into being. This was older, deeper, The rift had existed before her, dormant, sealed, sleeping. Her golden thread had awakened it, and now, like a half-remembered god, it hungered to be whole. She stood before the rift. It towered above her, not vertical, not horizontal, just open, like a loom torn in half. And something stirred on the other side, a shape, a presence, watching, waiting. Era, the voice echoed like thunder across water, vast, patient, impossible. It came not from outside, but inside her head, her chest, her bones. You have gathered the dreams. You have remembered the paths. But still, the thread is incomplete. Era took a step forward, lifting the golden thread. Her voice did not tremble. I've come to finish what I began. The presence responded, neither hostile nor kind, simply vast. You would close me? Yes. I am possibility, it said. I am the storm of all unmade dreams, the shape of what might have been. What gives you the right to choose what remains? Era's jaw clenched. Because I lived through it. Silence. Then, a slow, rising hum, like the tension before lightning strikes. You would dare weave the sky. I already have, she said, and with that, she raised the golden thread. The air ignited. The rift screamed, not in pain, but resistance. Era staggered as the wind tore at her, trying to rip the thread from her hands. She held on, around her. The dreams she had led home began to return, not as bodies, but as light. The boy with the toy ship, the sleeping woman from the valley, the dream that wore her own angry face. They gathered in the mist, orbiting her like stars. She lifted her spindle and began to weave. Not a net, not a cradle, not a gate, a binding. Each strand of the golden thread called back a fragment of what had been lost. Love, sorrow, wonder, grief, all woven together into a single tapestry of memory. She wove the sky itself. It was not easy. The rift fought back, howling with every strand she added, summoning echoes of broken dreams to batter her with doubt. What if it opens again? What if you fail? What if you are not enough? She answered with thread. Each time it lashed out, she wove harder, faster, anchoring the dreams into the new fabric of the world. Lyric stood guard beside her, golden light flaring, holding back the worst of the storm. And finally, the rift narrowed, then shrank, then sealed, with one final pass of the spindle. Era pulled the last stitch closed. A silence fell, real silence, a silence that... Then the clouds breathed again, the sky mended itself, and the world exhaled. Era fell to her knees. The spindle dropped from her hand. The golden thread faded, glowing once, then vanishing like mist in morning sun. Lyric sat beside her, humming gently. The path of winds shimmered beneath them, not broken now, but whole, a quiet river of cloud, stretching once more into the distance. The map of winds, tucked at her side, glowed once in farewell, then crumbled into stardust. She didn't need it anymore. There was no longer a journey to chart. Her task was done, but the world was not the same. Not quite. As she rose to her feet and looked down from the high ridges of cloud, she saw the changes. Small glimmers of light dotted the sky, like lanterns floating gently across the horizon. The dreams she had saved, now wandering peacefully through the air, no longer seeking bodies or voices, but simply being. The rift was gone, but the path remained. And for the first time she saw something new forming beneath her feet. A second thread, not golden, but silver, beginning to weave itself into the sky. New dreams, born not of memory, but of possibility. The sky had healed, but it would never be the same, because she had changed it. She turned toward the distant peaks of Morrowind. Home, and she began to walk. Chapter 18, Weaver of Dreams. The wind was gentler now. Not the wild, howling breath of storms, nor the restless sighs of wounded dreams, but something else, a hush between heartbeats. The deep quiet of after. Era walked the last stretch of the mountain path in silence. The clouds above her were whole again, no longer torn or bleeding light. And yet they were changed, as if something sacred had been stitched into their weave. Golden threads shimmered faintly in their depths, visible only when the sun struck them just right. The path of winds was gone now. Or perhaps it had returned to where it had always been, invisible, whispered, half sung by the sky. But she still felt it beneath her feet, a presence, a memory, a rhythm. Lyric padded at her side, no longer glowing with golden fire, but still radiant with quiet grace. He no longer needed to guard her. They were not running from anything now. They were returning. Morrowind appeared slowly, as it always had, rising from the mist, like a memory. The village hadn't changed. Its crooked chimneys, mossy rooftops, and wind chimes made of bone and glass still clinked in the breeze. But the people were waiting. They stood along the winding paths, beside their homes and looms, watching her approach. No one spoke. Even the goats were silent. Era stopped just before the first stone marker that marked the edge of the village. She braced herself. They had exiled her, called her dangerous, cast her out in fear. She had not forgotten. She had simply come back anyway, because healing, she had learned, wasn't just about dreams. It was about what came after. The first to move was a child. A girl no more than 6 stepped forward with wide eyes and 2 braids woven with feather charms. In her hands, she held a piece of cloth, mist spun, frayed at the edges. Era recognized the weave. She had made it once, a year ago, during her apprenticeship. It had been a failure, discarded and left for rags. The girl offered it up to her, silent. Era took it. It was warm from the child's hands. Then another villager stepped forward, and another, one by one. The people of Morrowind approached her, not with words, but with offerings. A spindle she had left behind, a basket she once used to gather clouds, a folded square of dream cloth, sealed with an elder's mark. And finally, from the back of the gathering, came Master Danoin. Her face was unchanged, sharp, severe, eyes like flint, but there was something softer in the set of her shoulders. She held nothing in her hands, but as she approached, she did something Era had never seen her do before. She bowed. A full, deep bow, the kind given only once in a weaver's lifetime. Then she straightened and said quietly, "You did what we could not. You walked the forgotten path. You mended the broken sky." Era swallowed hard. "I broke it too," she said. Danoin nodded. "As we all did. We only feared to admit it." Then she stepped aside, and Morrowind opened its gates once more. They did not crown her. They did not shower her in praise or parade her through the streets. They did what mountain folk had always done. They wove. That evening, every loom in Morrowind rang with the rhythm of thread and wind. Not to erase the past, but to remember it. They wove cloth that shimmered faintly with golden thread, simple at first, then more daring, each strand containing tiny knots of silver or violet mist. New patterns, new traditions, and at the center of the village green, Era wove one last piece. A tapestry for the shrine, not a banner of glory or conquest, but a story of a girl who chased the storm, who caught the sky in her hands, and who gave it back, piece by piece, dream by dream. They hung it the next morning. It fluttered gently in the breeze. Weeks passed. Lyric remained, though he no longer shimmered as brightly. He liked the sun-warmed stones behind the weaving house, and the way children giggled when he trotted by. Era did not speak often of what had happened. When asked, she would smile and say only, "The sky needed mending, so I stitched." But her hands remembered, and sometimes, when the clouds grew heavy and the wind sang low, she would climb the ridge above the village, stretch her spindle toward the mist, and spin. Not because she needed to, because it was hers, because she was the cloud weaver. Not just a girl who saved dreams, but the one who taught the sky how to remember again. Final lines, optional poetic closure. Some say the clouds changed that year, that they shimmered more brightly, sighed more deeply, that they began to carry whispers, not just of storms, but of dreams. And sometimes, if you listen closely on a quiet mountain morning, you'll hear it too, a golden thread weaving itself back into the sky. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Sweet dreams. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, And until next time, rest well.